everybody. Just a reminder that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed via Council's Facebook page. Also, for our submitters today, each speaker has 10 minutes, 5 minutes to actually present your submission, and then 5 minutes for questions from elected members. So there'll be a soft ballot 4 minutes, a hard ballot 5, and then a soft ballot 9 and another hard ballot at 10. So welcome everybody, and we'll get straight into it. And I would like to invite Richard Catley from the Pirramai Residents Association, who's first up today. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you.
And welcome, Gordon. I see that you're welcome to join Richard.
Oh, good enough. All right. Okay. I wish to make a submission for the funding and construction of an access bridge across the Te Awa Drain, or more commonly known as the cross-country drain between Uliet Road and McNaughton Place, to extend the scope of walking and cycling activities for dozens of daily users. What we're asking for is we'd like to work with the council to find a solution to construct a bridge across to further enhance the public access to the south side of the drain, to grow our recreation space and enable further planting and subsequent maintenance works to occur in a safe manner. This ultimately provides our community with a reserve that is rich in biodiversity and has multiple environmental and social benefits. I'm Richard Catley, and I'm making a submission on behalf of the Pirramai Residents Association, which I chair. We've been around since 2000, and we've provided a community voice for the southern Pirramai area. We represent all our residents, businesses, government and non-government organisations in the area, and we meet monthly to look at issues affecting our suburb. And thank you for the opportunity to speak face-to-face with you, and I know many of the councillors here and appreciate all that you do. As you'll be aware, in 2018, the Pirramai Residents Association presented the proposal to enhance the cross-country drain. This was to introduce a cycle path to link other existing paths and provide a designated route from our suburb to the sea. We also aim to introduce native plantings to beautify and create a section of avian path from the sea to the Taradale Hills. We were successful in both these items, and we've been running planting days annually since. So far we've planted over 10,000 native trees, which many of our councillors have actually been involved in planting, so well done. We've done this with the backing from Bupa and also members of the community and other businesses, and this has negated the need to come to the council for funding. We've also installed 3 seats along the path with the intention to do more, and council have kindly provided signage and supplied endless truckloads of mulch as well as heaps of support, which has been great. And now we've seen this to be well utilised by the public who enjoy it on a daily basis. What we want to do is we want to be careful, though, that we don't, while we have big ideas, we don't want to, I guess, go all out and try and blow budgets or anything like that. We want to achieve things in small, manageable bites. The next stage is to try and construct this bridge. If we try and go too big, then we end up losing confidence and have dissatisfaction within our community. There's a real drive from Bupa as well to try and see if we could get better access across the drain. In our planting day in 2023, many of you would have seen we constructed a temporary access for our volunteers to get over this drain, which was well used and provided a good example of what we're after. We would look at putting this approximately 500 metres east of Uliet Road, and we consider this as a natural progression to open up the space on the south side of the drain. And it would then provide a loop back to Bupa for their residents. Ultimately, there would be a path added along that south side. That would be the next part of that. We are mindful that the bridge is a large cost, which is why we're looking at ways of partially funding through the community. We understand as part of the resource consent requirements, Bupa is to contribute $30,000 to a community project, which they're really keen on putting towards this bridge. Yeah, so we've begun gauging interest from the business community to see if there would be support for making contributions. First option was to do a boardwalk style. Ultimately, we didn't like that idea, and neither did council, as it would perhaps provide sort of a dam in the bottom of the drain, which is not ideal in a situation of flooding. So the next option was a full span walking bridge. It is a higher cost, but it would be more aesthetically pleasing and more user-friendly. We're thinking something along the lines of bridges that have been constructed at Park Island already. I understand there are already designs out there. Tim Dodge Contracting seems to do a lot of bridges and walkways around here and has offered some preliminary drawings to us, things like that, to what he does, as well as a bit of an outline budget. While a $30,000 is not quite enough to do a bridge, it will certainly get a long way there. I mean, our best estimate's something in the vicinity of sort of $50,000, $60,000, but it depends on what sort of, I guess, the bureaucratic side of it, what else is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, and I'd just like to say congratulations and thank you on behalf of the whole community for the incredible work you've already done there, the cross-country drain. It is looking fantastic. And I know, your Residents Association is very active and you do a lot of great stuff, so thank you for that. So just to clarify, so the cost estimates that you have got is acknowledging there might be some other...
Yeah, very ballpark.
So 50 to 60,000 total.
Yeah, it would come down to what final design is, but
Yeah.
we just envisage doing concrete abutments, glue-lam beams across, and just a simple timber structure.
Okay.
Yeah, we've just sort of been talking initially with Tim Dodge to sort of see what it would cost, because we've got to start somewhere, don't we?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right, exactly.
yeah,
So
before
that's some initial indication.
Absolutely.
And-
Yeah, we just really want to get the council on board with kind of the idea of the whole thing, and yeah, see if we can get something moving in the future. Yeah.
Thank you. Open up for questions from councillors. Councillor Crystal.
Through the Mayor, thank you for your presentation. I've been down and planted trees, and so it's really exciting. And but as part of your plan and doing this, have you got other fundraising ideas up your sleeve?
Oh, yeah.
Some?
Yeah, we
Yep.
do. I mean, to date, the Paramount Residents Association's always been very self-sufficient, including like the playground many years ago. We funded ourselves. Council didn't pay for that. So, yeah, we've always kind of managed to do it. But this time, yeah, we're just asking for more support and, yeah, just if there was any budget available for that, whether it can be put into the long-term plan for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just through the Mayor again. And have you thought of sponsorship at, I know Bupa, but also, other local
Yes.
that would supply the,
Yeah.
getting other people on board?
There's, like Tim Dodge has already indicated, when it comes to community projects like this, he gets on board with his suppliers, and they often provide material at a very low cost, which is really good. So he's working through a bit of a plan for us on that as well, which will help us come up with a target for
Great.
fundraising.
Thank you.
Councillor Bogue.
Thank you. Yes, well done. I appreciate these decisions are made by the elected members, but are you aware that the officers do not recommend proceeding with it?
I am now, yeah.
Okay, as long as you know.
No, I know.
Thank you.
It's all right.
Any further questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much for your submission and
Thank you.
thank you once again for all that you do on behalf of the community.
Good. Appreciate it.
I'd now like to invite Gordon Hart and Philip Eilenberg, who are talking on behalf of the volunteers working at the Faraday Museum of Technology. Welcome, gentlemen.
Tēnā koutou katoa. We are here to talk to you about the Kotahu Una of Ahuriri, the hidden gem of Napier. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Gordon Hart, and with me is Philip Eilenberg. We are volunteers at the Faraday Museum of Technology. Our submission today is focused mainly on what we think is wrong with the wording in the 3-year plan. We will outline to you today why we believe that the plan misrepresents Council's true intent for the museum based on what has already been decided. Philip and I will walk you through the key elements of our submission, but today you'll also hear from some of the other community volunteers working at the centre. We are 24 volunteers that work at and represent the community at the museum. A very successful council community collaboration. We are all passionate about the community asset and bring a lot of life experience and professional capability to the museum. This is what you have said about the museum in the 3-year plan, and we are not very happy with it at all. We think it poorly represents Council's real position relating to the museum, and we think it's factually questionable. This statement, publicly declaring that the Council has no intent to purchase or upgrade the building, is of particular concern. It is unclear what a thorough evaluation is based on and the rationale arriving at that conclusion. But once adopted, this will put the building and the future of the centre at risk because it opens the door to the Ministry of Defence, who are also looking at budget trimming to sell the building. That could result in loss of tenure and may result in its destruction, along with many of artefacts, including the fulaga. The statement effectively eliminates the status quo as an option, making it difficult to justify options to retain a museum once we understand essential functional requirements. Declaring this is premature until a revised business case has been considered. In July 2023, in her report to Council, the CE reported that the urgent work was underway. What changed between July 2023 and early 2024 that resulted in a project which was underway no longer being pursued? This report confirms Council's support for the urgent works. Declaring that Council is considering future involvement as the key premise for the 21-24 plan is not a fair representation of the starting position. It is somewhat different focus than the Mayor published in her opening statement to the LTP. She reflected on overwhelming support for the museum, and it is not reflected in the resolution adopted after hearing submissions. That was about keeping the museum open and providing funds for this. How do these published outcomes align with reviewing future involvement? We cannot find anything in subsequent public documents or meeting minutes that indicate reviewing future involvement. And we have really struggled to understand which we has decided not to pursue the purchase and upgrading. We cannot find can find nothing recording this as a council decision or the inputs that it was based on. Neither is there any sound justification for the statement in the plan. Based on what we can find, this does not appear to be a council decision. Finally, we are really struggling to understand a reimagination process. There is nothing in the plan or anywhere else that we can find that explains a reimagination process. What does it look like? What does the engagement process look like? What do the outcomes look like? And why are we not using the Treasury best practice tools associated with the Better Business Case? The investment logic mapping process is a robust tool designed to collect the inputs needed to develop a better business case. Using best practice is much more transparent than opting for an undefined buzzword. So we would have been much happier if we had read in the plan something like this. We think something along these lines would be a much more accurate representation of the current position and a much smoother way ahead. We'll leave you to read these words at your leisure. That's the essence of our concerns. Let's see what some other volunteers have to add. Philip, what would be your input through an accountant's lens?
In the Council's December 2023 financial summary, the budget funds to carry out the essential work of the building upgrade and seismic strengthening are shown as unspent, But why are they still unspent if the works were underway in July 2023, as reported by the Chief Executive? These unspent funds must be carried forward to the 24-25 year. As you will hear, these funds are required only to keep the facility operating safely. There is already a robust business case supporting the essential works that Council says they have not yet made a decision on. Also, in the Council's balance sheet, under the Property Reserves Endowment Account, the proceeds from the sale of the Bay City Power Faraday Street land to Unison are shown as unspent. Therefore, the purchase of the Faraday facility should not be a financial hurdle, as only $1 is required to achieve ownership to transfer from the Crown.
Kia ora. Volunteer hosts working at the Faraday Centre are constantly observing the cultural understandings changing between one generation and the next. Parents, grandparents explaining to their children what they grew up with and experienced, and comparing with what we have today in knowledge, understanding and skills. That makes up a part of our culture and heritage. The Faraday Centre itself has significant heritage value. It is a unique venue. What better place for enabling the sharing between generations? The collection includes many items of significant heritage values that underpin the development of our New Zealand culture, recognised in the Council's 22-23 Q3 report. So why would we lessen that depth and variety of experience? It needs to be of the Faraday at the Faraday.
Thank you. Engines were the heart of the Industrial Revolution and shaped the modern world. The Faraday Museum has two important examples, a Stirling engine and the very important Fulliger engine that has heritage value for Hawke's Bay, and we're about to celebrate its 100th birthday. The letter from Edwin Fulliger of Switzerland is an example of its international importance. I hope you might have all seen that. Many people travel domestically and internationally to see the Fulliger's internals rotating. This cannot be seen anywhere else in the world. This machine's weight and size means it would not be practical to move it from its heritage building. It and other machines would most probably be lost.
I'm John, one of the 24 volunteers that work at the Faraday Museum. We have a detailed knowledge of the function of the museum. We understand the conservation needs of the collection the museum is based on, and the attributes of the museum that are essential to maintaining its sustainability as a museum of technology. As volunteers, we are talking to our visitors all the time, so we know what they like about the museum. The volunteers add a lot of value at the input stage of any decision-making process, and it is really disappointing that the volunteers' input has not been heard to date on any of the plans.
The volunteers do not understand how the footprint required to deliver the things that are critical to the sustainability and vibrant operation of the facility would fit into any other council-owned building. For example, if the collection was moved to the foyer of the MTG or the National Aquarium, many artefacts would be lost. The resulting size, nature and diversity of the collection could probably no longer enable it to be seen as a museum. Thank you, volunteers. We have expressed the following 3 key points. An announcement to not proceed with the building purchase and essential upgrade requirements may result in a loss of tenure and many of the museum's artefacts. The unspent 2023-24 budget, which will achieve the essential upgrade requirements, must be carried over to the 2025 year, and the volunteers would like to be involved at the input stage in any further reviews, preferably through an investment logic mapping process. But you also need to consider a detailed written submission, the specific submission points within it, and the arguments put forward in support of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive submission. We have read it and it's very well prepared and makes some very good points. And I'd also like to say thank you to all of you volunteers, because as a mother who took my daughter there numerous times when she was a little bit younger than she is now, I know the value that it has to offer to our community and to visitors to the city. It is an incredible asset, and I think every single councillor around this table would support that statement from me. So I do just want to say, front up, is that certainly the option of purchasing and upgrading the building will be considered as one of the options in the business case, and I think absolutely that we need to involve yourselves when we move forward in the development of that business case, because you are such a vital part of the centre. So we look forward to having your input into that. We have had the 10 minutes, but I'll allow a little bit of time if there are any questions from councillors. No, I think your submission was so comprehensive, it's probably told us everything we need for our deliberations on Wednesday. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I would like to invite Ian McPherson, please.
You've already heard me, but I wanted to make my own private submission because I wasn't quite sure just what other people were doing. I'm a retired engineer, and firstly, I'd just like to state I do fully understand the City Council needs to find ways to reduce the burden on higher tax rate on its citizens. When I became aware about 4 years ago of the need for the volunteers at Farrer Museum, I immediately realised the great concept that had been established by the late ex-Mayor Dave Prebenson and the early volunteers in setting up an interactive technology museum, which has operated for 45 years, 31 years in their original historic powerhouse building, built in 1913. More importantly, the choice of the historic building provides the correct ambience in keeping with its purpose. As you all well know, the collection is a widely diverse range from the Tesla coil, pinball machines, an old iron lung, and a workable telephone exchange, amongst the many other ones. And of course, it's a working Stirling engine pump and the jewel in the crown, the rear Fuller engine. 2 years ago, I assisted Gordon Hart in 3 months refurbishing the engine with a total clean inside and out, and I was instrumental in obtaining for the museum 800 litres of lubrication oil at a cost at cost and freight free. This should last for some time to come. The oil company recognised the work done by volunteers. Recently, we've had 4 other local firms also donate time and product for work done off premises for similar reasons and the support of the museum's concept. I will skip the bit about how this all came about. The only thing I will say is that the choice of the aquarium is possibly, for a reimagination, is possibly the worst environment for some exhibits due to the external salt-laden atmosphere. If the air conditioning system is not suitable, corrosion can occur, and I would suggest the cost of air conditioning upgrade would be quite prohibitive as well. This led to some delays. I believe that the museum manager and staff over the last few years had done great work in producing themed exhibitions and increasing income, hopefully, by attracting more visitors, and had been advised that a budget had been approved, etc., as you've just heard. It was immediately apparent that the rare and important Fulling engine would not figure in any relocation plans due to its size and foundation requirements. It is hard to imagine then that this engine would survive should the building be abandoned. The engine would most probably be lost, removed and scrapped, either by the existing or new owners. I wish to restate, and this is the reason why I'm here, the engine and the powerhouse have an important historical place not only in Napier's development but also internationally. Being originally purchased to provide extra power for trams and houses in 1925, it played a big part in hastening the recovery and the morale of the city, providing power, tin towns, etc. up in the 2 squares in after the 1931 earthquake. It continued to provide emergency backup power during high demand hours until 1970. In my opinion, it is as important an exhibit about the history of Napier as the film shown at the MTG that informs people about the 1931 earthquake. I mean, after all, it survived it. Internationally, the Fuller's unique space-saving design was adopted when the first fully welded ship named the Fuller after the engine was built. As stated in the letter received by Mr. Edwin Fuller, a marine diesel designer, who is no relation, I understand, of the Fuller that designed the engine, He said, and I quote, "Napier presents the world's only viewable example of an engine that gave its name to a ship that spearheaded modern shipbuilding design. It is a significant item." End of quote. During the Napier's 150th anniversary later this year, the museum plans to feature the engine on its 100th anniversary and its contribution to the city since built. Hopefully, this will still be possible. Another important working example is the Stirling engine pump. This engine was patented by Reverend Robert Stirling in 1816. It is a simple engine using heating and cooling of gas, primarily air, to perform all manner of jobs. The most notable and exciting use has been by NASA, who had required an engine to run an electrical generator to power equipment on a spaceship in their quest to reach Mars. It is remarkable that an 1816 idea is at the forefront of the spacecraft's requirements, and this can be seen running at the Fuller. These two engines, and as an example, the very rudimentary iron lung, whose final design saved many lives during the scourge of poliomyelitis epidemic. The production of this ended in 1957, but for severe COVID cases, a new version was designed in 2020. Important historical learning exhibits for all ages of people are to be seen at the museum, be they students or grandparents remembering and passing on family history. And that is one of the noticeable things that we find there. Only on Wednesday, a visiting couple from Wellington, who has a family member doing research for New Zealand's prestigious Callaghan Institute, remarked with enthusiasm that they were going to insist on the relative visiting the museum. Just one of the many similar responses we hear all the time. You've heard from others today about their experiences, and I'd like to end with a real hope that the Mayor and the Council members and hardworking staff can find economies elsewhere and keep the Fuller engine and museum in its current historical original building. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll open up for
No
any
questions?
questions
Sorry.
from councillors.
But thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome John Porter. Welcome, John.
Thank you. At the Wednesday, 17th of April public meeting, I asked Mayor Wise this question: what does the 23.7% increase in the rates deliver in terms of extra revenue? She advised the extra revenue would amount to approximately $20 million. Given that labour costs are accounting for about 48.8% of the 23.7% total rates increase, that equates to approximately $9.76 million added to labour costs. Even more staggering was the Mayor's acknowledgement that the bulk of the $9.76 million is earmarked for wage increases. With full-time equivalent staff numbers of 764 for the 24-25 rating year, I'm at a loss to comprehend how, in a year when the whole community is under extreme financial pressure, an average remuneration increase of a fraction under $13,000 per staff member can be justified, let alone proposed. But of course, every staff member isn't going to get that $13,000. But from information subsequently supplied to me by the Mayor, it shows that staff earning less than $100,000 will receive a 7% increase. At $90,000 per annum, that would be $6,300 increase. But those earning more than $180,000 will receive an 8% increase, or a minimum of $14,400. I asked the 10 councillors at that public meeting if they were happy with nearly $10 million of ratepayers' money being allocated to a wage increase. Not one replied in the negative, and I find that quite amazing. Are there simply inconsistencies in the Mayor and the Council's delivery of rationalisations for this huge $9.76 million increase in labour costs? Or could there be obfuscation and disguising of an overly generous use of ratepayers' funds? I ask that because, A, at the public meeting, the Mayor categorically stated that the bulk of the $9.76 million was for wage increases. B, in an insert in the Napier Courier, the Mayor then said, the main driver is not salary increases. It is largely due to Ocean Spa now becoming a council facility. That totally contradicts her meeting statement. Why was that clarification not made at the meeting? Were ratepayers advised back in late 22 when the purchase or the running of the Ocean Spa was decided? Did they know that was going to impose an enormous additional expenditure to rates? The Mayor stated that the Napier City Council has paid lower salaries and wages compared to many similar-sized councils. If our City Chief Executive is earning around $400,000, her salary would increase by $32,000. Gee, it makes you wonder what Chief Executives of similar-sized council earns. At the very least, transparency and consistency needs to be applied to communications, and more importantly, prudence needs to be applied by council in what is a very challenging year for ratepayers. I note the council are not specifically inviting submissions on this critical matter in the first year of your 3-year plan. Part of me can, to a certain extent, understand why the reasoning behind that. But given the enormity of the current rates increase proposed, given the whole community is under extreme financial pressure, I'm at a loss to be able to comprehend why the council would approve a proposal, presumably from the Chief Executive, that the bulk of the $9.76 million is earmarked mainly for wage increases and new staff. After all, New Zealand's inflation rate for the December 23 quarter was 4.7%. And the quarter to March 24, it's only 4%. I challenge the council to go back to the Chief Executive and invite her to submit a new proposal for staff remuneration changes. That was the end of my submission. I just have these few extra comments I'd like to make. To me, there are just too many contradictions tabled regarding the $9.76 million allocated to staffing costs. The figures on the labour increase attributable to current staff roles compared to new roles was not available to the public meeting. Apparently that was the Office of Feedback to my submission. But do you see what I'm getting at? $9.76 million seems to have been decided as a figure to spend on wages costs, but it wasn't even decided where it was going. 59 new staff expected to be added in the 24-25 rating year. 16 of those will be on $180,000 plus. The $10 million just seems to be like it's a number plucked out of the air and then we'll justify it. And I say to the councillors, the health and the vibrancy of this city depends on the health and the vibrancy of the ratepayers. Adding $10 million, and that $10 million that we're going to pay is there in perpetuity. It's not going away next year. We're stuck with that for the rest of our lives. So I just ask you, as I said before, I challenge you to go back to the Chief Executive and say there's got to be something looked at in here. What's going on? Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Before you disappear, I'll just see if there's any questions for you from councillors.
I was hoping there wasn't going to be any.
Oh, well, there may not be. No one's putting their hand up. No, you're off the hook. Thank you very much for your time and your submission, John. It's much appreciated. I'd now like to invite Penny Johnstone, please, to come and present your submission.
Thank you. So my submission provides feedback on a number of the issues that you've asked us to consult on. So the first one is the housing. I believe council should adopt option 2, retirement only for their housing strategy, but to sell the 3 social housing villages, just the 3 as shown in the information packages. Nelson Place, Wellesley Place and Carlisle Place. No more. The funds received from the sale should be used only for the improvements of existing villages and for the building of more retirement houses. To be transparent with ratepayers, the housing should be run through a separate business model so that we can see at any time how the funds are being spent. On the delivery of retirement houses, I don't believe other housing providers would be able to manage the tenancies or look after maintaining the houses efficiently. There will be over 300 houses to manage, just too many to add to their existing portfolios. They need to be managed by a team that is solely dedicated to the council houses, who are part of a separate business model within council, as mentioned above. I believe the housing business should be able to be financially sustainable without having to be supported by the ratepayer if managed and run efficiently. The rental portfolio income has not been ring-fenced until 2019, so to say there is a reserve deficit from housing is misleading. The houses have well paid for themselves over the years. Ratepayers should be able to examine and judge the performance of the housing business by being given accurate figures annually. So far, we've never seen this. So to the next question on building up community resilience, it's a good idea, but now's not the right time. The rates increase for 2024-25 is just too high to justify you taking money off us and to invest for another time. Leave this until there is no cost of living crisis. On a new approach to manage council's investments, creating a council-controlled organisation is not necessary. It has been tried in the past and failed. It will just add unnecessary costs for no extra return. It's a cop-out. Let council staff do the job they were hired to do. Reviewing our fees and charges, increase some fees and charges. I have no other comment on that. A change to how we fund tourist activities. I fail to understand why these facilities can't be run separately but within council, the same as what I suggested for the housing business. Surely with a decent computer system, these can be run in-house with different income and expense centres. Transferring them to a commercial-owned business should not be necessary if they are run efficiently by council staff. Are your existing staff not good enough to do the job? Napier City Council office accommodation. Unfortunately, a previous CEO didn't like the look of the council buildings at the time, so deemed them earthquake-prone. Sadly, one building has been demolished and you are planning to spend $58 million on a new library building and council chambers. I believe the library tower should be strengthened and redeveloped to house the new library, council chambers and council staff. It is big enough and it will save you spending $58 million on a fancy library that is not needed in these hard times. We cannot afford it either now or in the future when you borrow the money to pay for it. You should be able to give us a library that is sufficient for our needs by developing the old library. You tell us that 11.57% of our 23.7% rates increase is for extra labour costs. This is unacceptable. In these tough times, cuts should be being made, not increasing staff numbers and salaries. I get the feeling that our elected council members are just accepting advice from council staff that these increases are needed instead of them going to the staff and telling them what is needed. The ratepayers of Napier just cannot afford the increases in rates as submitted. Some on fixed incomes will not be able to pay for them. I ask that our elected council members take seriously the submissions made on the 3-year plan and instruct council staff to go back and find the savings needed to reduce unnecessary increase in our rates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Penny. Open up for any questions from councillors.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I invite Andrew Watts next. Welcome, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity. I'm just sitting there thinking off script that the last time I had much to do with the Napier Council was when I was a Central Hawke's Bay District Councillor and we were in the battle for amalgamation. And I'd have to say I was on the other side of the ledger. And I was just sitting and thinking, one councillor, and I'm damn sure it was Mr Price, I said to him, you know, you've skied about the lowest rates you've got in the country. He said to me, well, why don't you just sell up and come and move to Napier? And I've done that. And now I find myself here submitting on a huge rate increase. So we'll go from there. Yeah. I've been driven to submit on your 3-year plan by your proposal to increase rates so substantially on properties in Bayview that are classed as rural residential. One should expect to be treated equitably, and I'm sure you all agree on that. This is clearly not the case. We have an unfair differential that does not accurately reflect the levels of service available to rural lifestyle residential properties of the Esk Hills, Kaimata Road area. The retention of the current general rate differential will result in rural areas paying significantly more in rates while receiving a considerably lower level of service. As a past local government representative, I'm aware of the statutes under which you must work and acknowledge council's aspirations, but there has to be a way to level this playing field. I, on behalf of those on Kaimata Road, implore you to explore Andy Pearce's suggestions, which you had this morning, to try and rebalance things. This percentage increase is not only inequitable, it's insane, even bordering on immoral, up to 140% for some of my neighbours. This is to be exacerbated by planned further increases of 10% and 7% over the following years. A cap of, say, 30% on rate increases must be explored to bring some sanity and assurance to ratepayers of their future. My understanding from others who have examined the Local Government Act is that there is no reason why this cannot be brought in. If you were trying to increase rates to the same extent over the whole city, you would be facing a rebellion, and the council ultimately would be run by commissioners. Council is hiding behind QV valuations and not looking at other options, as they are obliged to do. That would make things equitable for a small section of ratepayers who have so few services. Quoting from the council's glossy consultation document, under the heading Looking for Funding, our budget for this 3-year plan is tight. We like to be able to support great ideas and projects for our city. You have flagged here a substantial part of the reason for these huge rate increases. Must-do infrastructure is not council's focus, is it? Great ideas and projects is what it seems to be all about. Nice to haves. And from that same glossy brochure, albeit buried on close to the last page, I see the city presently has modest borrowings of $10 million. Unbelievably, I see this council has proposed to increase these borrowings to $500 million plus over the next 10 years in order to fund capital projects of $1.1 billion. Please tell me what ramifications that borrowing will have on future rate increases, as there is no doubt these costs will almost certainly blow out. This is a recipe for ongoing rate increases and many ratepayers being forced to sell up, a complete disaster for this community. Things are out of control. Council looks to be about to load itself up with debt using ratepayers' homes and businesses as their collateral. One can only surmise that borrowing of that scale will bring financial ruin for some. From that same glossy brochure, yet again, under the heading, A Financially Sustainable Council, and quoting, Council has an operating model and a financial strategy that is affordable for ratepayers and enables us to achieve our objectives. Is this for real based on the above, or are you kidding me? The Mayor at one public meeting admitted that looking back, rates should probably have been raised more progressively. Ironically, 6 present councillors have been representing this community for 87 years collectively. The next election could be interesting for some of you, and I learnt that from CHB. On page 36 of the brochure, did you hide the true facts around the examples of proposed rate changes in 24-25? It lists rural residential outside stormwater area Bayview at an average of 12.2%. This is disingenuous and not informing truthfully. Picking on that small number of ratepayers not flagged in your brochure has rightly raised their hackles, making for some very disgruntled ratepayers. These rural residential ratepayers rightly perceive they receive few of the taken for granted council services everybody living closer to the city has of right. Here's a rundown of those inequities. No footpaths, no pressured water for firefighting. One recent fire had to use a swimming pool for water. No street lights, no surveillance, no potable water, no wastewater facilities, no berm mowing, and even no maintenance and cleaning of curb and channel or the street surface to their homes. Most are presently looking at being charged for stormwater which is handled themselves or has no input from council. In our case, all roof water is stored for home use and excess stormwater runs across the main highway into Transit's water table and out to sea. No piping involved. I have hoped that after conceding to this stormwater inequity at a meeting in Bayview, that the Mayor will honour her commitment and apply this rate reduction to us all. We personally have the bulk of our property planted in native trees and in a QE2 covenant. Further plantings of natives by our neighbours on their hills and in the valleys has increased native bird life exponentially. This benefits the whole city, enhancing the bird corridor from Cape Kidnappers to Tongoyo. In effect, private citizens at their own cost are developing green spaces of future benefit to the city. And in some cases, ratepayers allow public access on the tracks through their properties built at their own expense. To my knowledge, no help with weed control or trapping of pests has ever been offered. No acknowledgement of these amenities is ever given, just a rate contribution to parks and reserves in the general rate. Then to add salt to the wound, and despite central government decreeing a halt to significant natural area activity, council staff have come snooping around recently looking for SNAs. I understand enhanced bird life and planted native trees sees the possibility of capture within that legislature. Napier City Council, according to my research, has close to 500 staff. Well, I just heard it's bigger than that. We have a $58 million set aside for staff library complex consulted on and in motion. Question, how many of these 500 staff work from home at present? Has council looked at what the future might be for staff going to the office every day? And thank you very much for listening to my thoughts on behalf of the Kaimana residents, a mixture of oldies on fixed incomes and young ones struggling to meet ever-increasing demands on their available money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Open up for any questions from councillors. So with regards to the stormwater map, we will definitely be discussing that in our deliberations on Wednesday. And I guess just commenting on the QV valuations, and, you know, as a former councillor yourself, I'm sure you understand that that is a completely independent process to council of which we have no input or ability to influence. So I think to say that we're hiding behind those is a little bit disingenuous. And, you know, we absolutely understand the pressure that this is placing, the combination of our proposed rates increase and the impact of those new QVs, which is why when we have met with residents, we have wholeheartedly encouraged them to approach QV directly and object to those valuations if they feel that they needed to. And certainly, you know, we will be going through the numerous submissions that we've had from your neighbours as we do our deliberations on Wednesday. So thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And hope you enjoy the rest of the day, councillors, because I don't know that I could have got through to 7 o'clock. I'd be the one that would get photographed for going to sleep.
So our next submitter is joining us via Zoom, and I'd like to welcome Georgie Robertson.
I'm Georgie and I'm Andrew's neighbour. I live in Esk Hills in the subdivision there, together with 53 other households. I've got no issue with rate increases in general. Everything costs more, I understand that, but be reasonable. The proposed changes will see my rates bill increase by 140%. That's eye-watering and is not acceptable in normal business circumstances. If I took out the proposed stormwater levy that has yet to be formally removed, it would bring it down to an increase of 116%, which is still actually staggering. Yeah, I know QV has increased my land value. It's over doubled it. I'm also aware that there's no point contesting it, given what you've already heard this morning and what you're going to hear this afternoon. So it's kind of difficult for me. My verbal submission to you is that I strongly support Andrew Pearce's submission this morning. He's given proper consideration and explored a number of options open to council in the manner in which you collect rates. His submission on changing the values or the ratios of the UAGC by comparison to the general rates holds merit, and I urge council to actually give careful and due consideration to this. It would see a more evenly distributed playing field rather than a 140% rate increase for some of us. Similarly, I believe a cap on how much a rate can increase in a 12-month period needs to be considered. It's just over 100%. Anything over 50% is massive, and people don't expect it and aren't budgeting for it. There has to be a change in the differential between urban residential and rural residential. It's a must. You've got to do it. I live on a piece of land that's just over an acre, but it's still only got one house on it. And I actually can't build another dwelling on it. I'm not allowed to. In fact, I can't put on a garden shed anymore that's any higher than 3 metres because of the proposed district plan. There's a number of distinguishing features that differ between urban residential zoning and rural residential, and mostly it's what the urban folks have and what the rural people either do without or have to pay for themselves. Yeah, I think your proposed rates, but when I read the consultation document, I looked at it, it was 7% for average of 7% for Bayview and 12-point-something% for rural residential. Okay, that's fair enough. I don't need to look into it anymore. That's the average. I'll be that. I might be a bit more. If it's 30%, oh well, that's what happens. It wasn't until the residents got together and said, hey, have you actually seen it? How much it is for us? And otherwise, I wouldn't have even known. I just would have gone off your document and thought, oh, yeah, council's being honest and transparent about things. It doesn't feel that way now when I've looked at it. Finally, salaries for council employees. Yep, salaries need to increase. I get that. It's what happens. But you also need to make them accountable for their time and give them KPIs that are realistic and hold your employees to it. I work with councils and various territorial authorities every day and have done for 25 years. And I know with some people, I have to budget my own time of half an hour for something that actually could have been dealt with in 5 or 10 minutes because I know, man, that person's going to talk. And it's actually, it is endemic throughout councils throughout the country. So yeah, that's my piece. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Georgie. So again, I'll see if there is any questions from councillors. Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Kia ora, Georgie. Annette here. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Yourself?
Very good. Just wanted to clarify something you said when you were speaking. You said your property values had doubled. So have you had over 100% increase in your actual land?
Land value. The land value has, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's gone from 400 to 950.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your time today, Georgie. Appreciate your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I understand that we have Steve Liddell. Is it Liddell or Little?
Little that I answered the vote, yeah. I thought it was today and tomorrow they said I can have a slot.
We do have time for you, Steve, so I welcome you and invite you to join us up the front. Thank you. It's submission number 94, councillors, and it will be in with this tomorrow's submission. Okay. Oh, page 94, sorry, not submission 94.
Page 94.
Page 94. Yeah. We have multiple page numbers. Everyone managed to find it?
On the second section.
Oh, the second section.
Yes.
Today's one.
It's in the next 94. There's two lots of 94s. There we go.
Yeah. two page numbers. Right. Now that we've found your written submission, Steve, you are welcome to start your presentation.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity of not coming back tomorrow. My submission is made on behalf of myself, but it is really a big picture submission. I did teach accounting for 1 year, but mostly economics and classics. But my submission is to do with social housing and the idea that the rates in the past were always kept to 4 or 5%. Cost of living, CPI, the rate of inflation, rather than huge increases based on capital value increases. And I speak as somebody who came down from Auckland, could never get on the property ladder in Auckland. Just when I was about to, the goalposts would shift, I'd have to deposit, or I would lose a contract position and the banks wouldn't give it to me on that basis. And when I came down to Napier, just to look after my mother 15 or so years ago, the Auckland refugees followed me down and I couldn't afford a house in Napier either. But that's on a personal level. I'd like to talk about the ethos or the ethic, the mission statement, the charter, which people in social services have and I think is of value. So when you let go or give something to private enterprise, I would just like you to consider the fact that the idea that private business does it better has been disproven since 1985, 86, 87. And I still think there's a value in keeping social housing, especially for emergency and people who maybe are retired, for people who are on limited incomes. And one of the ways that you can do that is to provide rebates, which most councils around the country do. It's usually $750 since the 1951 Act was repealed or amended to. And usually the cut-off is 28,000, 31,000. So I would like to suggest that that can be either raised or lowered in the second case to provide, especially people who want to stay in their houses. And these are old people like my mother as well, who suddenly find huge rate increases because Auckland has come down to Napier or the demand is high. So the equation of having rates equivalent to capital value, to me, is just inherently unfair. I've got the principle from Einstein that not everything countable counts, but he said that not everything that counts is countable. And the idea that you can reduce the need for infrastructure after 70 years I remember asking a brickie when I was teaching in England how long a brick lasts. And he said, about 100 years if it's not in the weather. And I said, what about a pipe? And he said, 70 to 80. Unless it's Roman. And the idea that we're on our second lot of 70 to 80 years in this country, and the previous generations have paid for that through forward borrowing, I think was perfectly explained yesterday by Martin Williams in a wonderful article in the Hawke's Bay Today. And he said, let's look at what's happening in the big picture. Councils like the 20 DHBs before them have been forced into this idea that somehow they've got to make ends meet by themselves, and if not, they can't go to central government. But he said central government is the body that can loan or borrow at the least amount. And he said, around the world, we're 30% of GDP. We're one of the smallest ratios of GDP. And so he was sort of challenging this idea that we necessarily have to take it upon ourselves as councils to bump up this enormous amount of money and not to go to council. I remember 5 years ago, Phil Bagshaw invited me down, the guy that set up the charity hospital. And I was touting myself as an independent journalist at the time. And he said, come down, I want you to do an article on the charity hospital. But when I got down there, he said, look, it's really on the unmet need that hasn't been going back to central government. Individual DHB CEs are not taking the unmet need figure back to central government. Before, we used to go to central government as a body, and that would be sort of reconciled, and the idea that we had to carry this ourselves and make a profit is part of the fallacy of the competitive model. So my points are, and suggestions are, one, let's have an ethic which is sustained or put into a charter or put into a code of ethics that even if you do privatise or do private-public arrangements, that they're guaranteed on a business that isn't just there to make a profit. It isn't just there to sort of do something which you can no longer afford because you can't borrow on the cheaper level as governments. So the other things that I thought that could be suggested yesterday by Martin was that he said councils don't have the balance sheet flexibility and capacity which Beehive enjoys. So this idea of balance sheet flexibility that people have talked about since I've been here, I think is part of this bigger picture as well. So before you beat yourselves up or, congratulate yourselves, which I think is great, to look 40, 50, 60, 70 years ahead, let's look at this situation, I won't say perfect storm, this combination of forces that has made you in this invidious position of imposing on ratepayers this enormous increase. Because you're doing it rightly out of a sense of responsibility. But hang on, what is the responsibility here? And is it going to be improved by going to the private models? Martin also suggests, and he ran through them in yesterday's article that I recommend you read, government bonds, private-public partnerships, user pays, value capture, which is a bit sus to my economic mind, are all things that governments and councils can consider, even council bonds. So that's my suggestion. The private sector doesn't necessarily do it better. You do have a responsibility. If you do get rid of those ones which are the three that you suggested, leave some for the people I see along the Marine Parade every morning when I go from my house in Wellesley to the city for a coffee. There are people out there sleeping rough, and I see a lot more around the city than probably most people. I wonder whether they have a place to go which is for the desperate or those people who aren't moved on now by people who don't like it unseemly in a tourist city. So that's my final suggestion, is that regular meetings with government, why don't you set up a situation where all the councils in New Zealand or North Island or regional groups can go to government as a whole and avoid this kind of isolationism that I think is starting to creep in. I've only got one book to table, which is Not in Narrow Seas by Brian Easton, an economic history of New Zealand. And he said, 70 years ago, our economic finance ministers went by ship to London to borrow money that would last for the next 70 years. And people didn't mind in the next generation paying forward or paying for the infrastructure that they would enjoy and their children would enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. I will just see if there's any questions for you from councillors. So, any question? Yeah, Councillor Crystal.
Just through the Mayor, just a comment. You're aware of the local government authority that we belong to. They are going to government and petitioning very hard for a change in the way councils are funded. So that is very strongly in the process, and we're right behind them doing that.
Can I just add to that? Because 2 years ago, Thomas Coggan, when he was working for the Don Post, he's now with the Herald, said that in Europe, 40% of infrastructure is met by central government. Because of this very thing, they've got the balance sheet that can be flexible, etc. But yeah, I get it.
And we totally agree. Just second thing, I saw in your comments, but you didn't actually raise it about the swimming pool on Harding Road. If you want to watch tomorrow, we have a presentation from the Rock Pools Trust, which Chad and I both belong to, about the feasibility study that is almost to be presented about
Thank you.
And it is a community-driven project, not council.
Thank you, yes, I will.
There we go.
Thank you. Any further questions? And Steve, I just wanted to comment on, in your submission, you also made reference to the other councils that are permitted under law to access rental subsidies. I'm just wanting to clarify, because I think what you're referring to is the income-related rent subsidy, which we as a council cannot access.
I was thinking of the
we're not a
rebates.
community housing provider.
Yeah, yeah.
You refer to Christchurch. They actually have a separate community housing trust set up, which enables them to access that rent-related subsidy. But under our current structure and ownership model, we're unable to access that, unfortunately. And we have advocated and fought for a number of years to have councils be able to access that. We've not had any movement from central government, unfortunately.
When the law change came in, 750 was set as the benchmark, as in the maximum rebates. I was really thinking of rebates. I noticed that some councils have different thresholds that it kicks in. Some 28, some 31,000 of income, etc., and other provisos as well. And I was wondering whether those can be, adjusted, maybe made different brackets. It's one thing to simplify, but it's another thing to actually exclude by simplification.
My understanding that is set at a national level. I'm sure you would know, Councillor Bogue, this is your area of specialty. Yeah.
It is paid for by central government at that flat rate. It's quite possible that some councils supplement that or change the threshold, but the basic amount is paid by the Department of Internal Affairs.
No, what I mean is submit to the central government that be changed in these circumstances. But yeah, I get it.
There has been some work done on that by our national body, with the Local Government of New Zealand, to look at, those income thresholds and also asset thresholds, and what the level of sort of rebates and things could be accessed. So that is a conversation that we're having with central government at a national level.
Great. No, thanks for slotting me in.
Okay, thank you so much, Steve. Okay, team, that is the end of that block of submitters. We do have a break scheduled now, and if we could be back here at 10 to 4 for our next block, please. Back, everybody. We're at 4 o'clock, so we will recommence with our submitters. And first up, we actually have Andrew and Jacqueline, who will be presenting together, and they're the first two on our list. So welcome to both of you.
Kia ora, thank you. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, officers, friends old and new. Our names are Andrew Torrens and Jacqueline Hankin. We have lived in a rural residential property between Bayview and Eskdale for the last 8 years. We've been residents of Napier for 13 years. Jacqueline was born and raised here. In 2023, Napier City Council developed and adopted the mission statement, enabling places and spaces where everybody wants to be. Alongside that, Council has 5 strategic priorities, 3 of which are financially sustainable council. Council has an operating model and financial strategy that is affordable for ratepayers and enables us to achieve our objectives. Spaces and places for all. Napier has spaces and places that everybody has access to and wants to use. We have a focus on accessibility, affordability, safety and city vibrancy. And thirdly, nurturing authentic relationships with our community and partners. Council fosters meaningful relationships, demonstrating our commitment to listen to our community's needs, concerns and aspirations. Today, we will be testing those commitments. On the targeted stormwater rate, and apologies, I think you may have had some of this content. We generally support Officer's Recommendation 4 to roll back the stormwater map. The purpose of the targeted stormwater rate is to recover the cost of stormwater asset management. Both residential and rural residential are rated at the same differential, whereas rural is exempted. The Council's rates team earlier replied in writing to a query that, quote, "Please note that stormwater is not a front-of-gate service. Although Esk Hills has a private stormwater network, the area is serviced by a network running through the lowlands that protects pedestrian and vehicle access out of the region and carries away water from the private stormwater network." Taking the above statement from NCC as true means all properties are receiving the same material benefit from the stormwater assets. And therefore, rurally zoned properties should be included in the targeted rate, presumably at a 100% differential. I have researched the Esk Hills Stormwater Management System, design and construction, using publicly available information. It was concluded by the design engineers and agreed by Napier City Council and Hawke's Bay Regional Council through the consenting process that the addition of Esk Hills subdivision would have minimal impact on the volume of stormwater runoff, and the use of detention dams to manage flows would mitigate any potential effects. Transit New Zealand stated in writing that the subdivision was, quote, "unlikely to result in any adverse effects on the state highway roading network." It is our belief that the proposed stormwater map and targeted rating is refuted by this evidence. Esk Hills subdivision is not placing additional stormwater loading on Napier City Council assets beyond what would reasonably be experienced from rural or undeveloped land. Napier City Council state in their documents that, quote, "there is a strong relationship between capital value and the hard surface area of a property. Rural residential properties are therefore charged at a 100% differential for the stormwater rate. It is our belief, again, that this is manifestly incorrect. A rural residential property is generally a larger parcel of land and will therefore contain a substantially lower proportion of hard stand area per property than urban residential development. For these reasons, any rural residential properties that are impacted by the targeted stormwater rate should therefore be subject to a significantly lower differential than residential properties. Which leads into the overall rates increases. We understand that although Napier City Council contracts QV to understand the valuation process, they are not responsible for the values generated. For transparency, we have disputed our valuation. Moving past the process, it is our belief that Napier City Council are still accountable for the consequences of that process and what happens next. The total Napier City Council rates invoice for our property under the proposed structure is $7,657, an increase of $4,241 or 124%. Reminder to you that the proposed average increase is 23.7%, which for us would be $810 or $3,430 less than the proposal. That's $66 per week. Napier City Council rates policy states that the uniform annual general charge is aimed to recover 20 to 25% of the total received. The UAGC is 7% of our rates. For contrast, a Green Meadows property has a proposed 17.5% total increase, where the UAGC forms 18.9% of the total rates collection. Picking at random through various suburbs, I wasn't able to find a property where the UAGC is meeting policy. And all of this is only considering the proposed increase for this year. Napier City Council has proposed significant increases over the following 2 years as well. The rates policy states that, quote, the purpose of the differentials applied to the general rate is to ensure that the amount payable by groups of ratepayers reflects Council's assessment of the relative benefit received and share of costs these groups of ratepayers should bear based on the principles outlined in the revenue and financing policy. The rates policy 2021 set a rural residential rating differential at 90%. This was policy included in the consultation package, and I am therefore assuming that there are no proposed changes to the document. Note that on page 15 of the policy, it says that it shall be reviewed within 3 years. It was adopted by Council on 1 June 2021. It is our belief that reviewing the valuation of a property without reviewing the differential it is rated at materially shifts the proportion of the total rates collection paid by an individual or group beyond the purpose which is stated within Napier City Council policy. This also relates to the strategic priorities stated at the beginning of our submission. Quote, Council will have an operating model and financial strategy that is affordable for ratepayers. It is our belief that the proposed rates increases are not affordable or financially sustainable for ratepayers. The consequence of the proposed increases is likely to be home sales and people choosing to leave the Napier area, hardly enabling places and spaces where everybody wants to be. Council have recognised that tough decisions are required to be made and therefore should now be challenged to make them. $58 million has been budgeted to complete the library project Te Aka. As a current Napier City Council library user, I can't say that that is required or value for money. It is possible to find the book I want on your app, request it, and pick it up within a day. And your librarians are approachable and helpful if that doesn't work for me. The system is not broken. Mayor Wise acknowledged that a lot of time and money had already been spent progressing projects to their current point, and it would therefore be wasteful to stop now. It is our belief that this is only partially correct. Although making courageous choices to cancel, postpone, or rework projects will have a regret cost, the cost of ploughing forward regardless will likely be generational. In conclusion, we submit to Council that the proposed 3-year plan is contrary to your agreed mission statement and strategic priorities. It also does not align with your published policy statements. Councillors must therefore vote against the proposed 3-year plan. Thank you very much for your time and the due consideration you will give this on Wednesday.
Thank you very much, Andrew and Jacqueline, for your submission. And obviously, you've put a lot of thought into what you wanted to bring to us, and some of that information around the stormwater and revenue and finance policy is good for us to have. And noting that you have supported the recommendation around reviewing that stormwater catchment map, so we will certainly be including that as part of our deliberations on Wednesday.
Kia ora.
So I'll just open up to councillors. Councillor Price.
Just a quick question. The figures you gave us, or the percentages, was the stormwater in there?
Yes. On the idea that rolling back the stormwater map at this stage is only the officer's recommendation and has not been adopted by council, and therefore we can't assume that that's going to happen.
Okay, and just a follow-up question is, how much would you be paying in stormwater rate? Do you know?
It's about $790.
$790. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Councillor Crystal.
Yes, through the Mayor, thanks for your submission. You said you have contested your valuation. Have you had a response?
Yes. Would you like me to elaborate?
Yeah.
So we did receive a response from QV. We've had one of their representatives come and have a discussion with us. I have a personal opinion on how that may proceed.
Okay.
Any further?
Yeah, I mean,
we don't
sorry,
need to put
Councillor.
Andrew in a position to answer that, Councillor Price.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who knows who's watching online? It's, yeah.
Are there any further questions? Okay, thank you both for taking the time to come and talk to us today. We really appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Carl Goodchild.
Let's go, Carl.
Welcome, Carl.
Hello, everyone. Just like to thank everyone for taking the time to hear these submissions today. So I'm just going to take first top half of my submission is read and just my comments at the bottom I'll be going through. So the $58 million library project needs to be put on hold. It's a standalone building and not part of bringing council together in one building. Once it's known what is happening with the aquarium, this building could be utilised for the new library, incorporating some of the tanks into the new library, making this a very unique space, allowing people to visit and enjoy reading books with an ocean view outside and inside the building. The top floor could be utilised as cafe and restaurant, leased out with magnificent ocean views, which could have the best views in Napier and would be sought after by any potential leaseholder and charged accordingly, returning a profit to the ratepayer, or at the very least paying for the library expenses to run. The land where the new library is going to be is proposed could be leased, sold, or returned to the ratepayer, giving a return to the ratepayer. Consolidating council staff into one building is a must-do, so they can interact seamlessly, creating efficiency and not have to pay less lease fees, saving money for the ratepayer. It seems silly that the council is saying that we need to spend $58 million for the community on a library, as if we spent less than half of that money, the Wellesley Road Medical Centre, it could be bought, guaranteeing hospital services for Napier for generations to come, and which I would have thought was far more beneficial for our community. And with the Hawke's Bay DHB leasing this, it would make great returns to the ratepayer also. I wish to address the 11.57 of the current rate rise of 23.7%, nearly half of it, is for labour cost. It was stated at the War Memorial Centre meeting that this was due to staff shortages and pay rises. After sourcing information via an information request, these documents supplied by Napier's Council showed that in 2013, 487 staff were employed by Napier City Council. 379 of them earning 60k or less, 92 staff in the 60k to 100k bracket, 12 staff in the 100k to 180k bracket, 4 staff in the 180k to 280k bracket. In 2023/24, Napier City Council staff employed now is 764. 570 staff took for 100k or less, 178 staff for 100k to 180k, 16 staff at 180k to 380k. So this means there's been more than a 50% increase in Napier City Council staff in 10 years, with 212 of those staff of the 277 new employees coming since 2018. Reasons given for this rise of 277 staff was Three Waters, Ocean Spa and Faraday Centre at the meeting, which seems like a lot considering how many staff you see in these places. Pay rates, as you can see from those figures, have also certainly increased over the last 10 years. That would make any person in the private sector jealous. You are now proposing another 9% rise for the people earning 180k or less, or above, and 7% for staff 180k or less, to 180k to 380k. This will be well above pay rises in other sectors. These numbers seem to the ratepayer to be well over the top, especially due to the current financial climate with more than 50% increase to staff levels, even though it was stated at the meeting there were staff shortages. The statement does not seem to be consistent with the numbers. In the coming 2 years, the labour cost on rates will go up again by another 3.59%, making a total increase over the 3 years of 15.16%. That's a hell of a lot for labour. Everyone in the community is struggling to having to tighten their belts, so I would expect Council to do the same. So with all this taken into consideration, I would be against any increases in labour costs to the current and future rate rises. It's stated that we are losing staff to other councils and corporates due to pay rates. As councillors, you are not paid anywhere near the rates of some of the staffers in Napier City Council. And you take that on due to your commitment to the public service and love for our wonderful city. And so I would suggest if those people leaving due to remuneration, they are not the correct people for those roles. We need to employ qualified people who have a love and passion for our city and not just financial gain. I wish now to talk about the proposed debt to be taken on. On page 37 of the consultation document states that our current external debt is around 10 million. Wonderful, and I commend Council for keeping this to a very manageable level. A projected debt by 2034 of 500 million, which is a massive increase. I fully understand that a lot of this will go to the new water infrastructure, old Three Waters plan, but not all of it. With these figures I received from Napier City Council shows that 165 million will be spent on community and visitor experience, another 104 million on property assets. This seems like a lot, 270 million, an awful lot of money being spent on tourism and property projects. Once again, at a time when the ratepayer can least afford it, especially with the new water system being put in place, which should be the council priority, and having some extra money set aside for the unforeseen should be the priority here, not tourism. So we would encourage councillors to investigate this and see if all of the borrowing is actually necessary, or are there projects that can be culled for now and reinstated at a future date when Napier City Council is in a better position to do them. I would be sure that ratepayers would thank you for being more prudent with their money. If you look back at council projects around Napier in the last decade, Not one has run on budget. Most are blown out by significant amounts. We cannot let this continue into the future. We must start making Napier a profitable place for the ratepayer. That should be our number one priority. If it means we have to put things off until they can be afforded, downsizing of projects and staffing levels, so be it.
Thank you very much, Carl. So I will invite councillors if they have any questions. Thank you. You've covered off a lot of areas in your submission, so thank you for the time that you've taken to do that. We really appreciate your feedback, and we appreciate you taking the time to come and speak to us today.
I just hope everyone takes the words into consideration and looks at it when they're voting for this. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. I would like to invite John McGifford, representing on behalf of Central Football.
Right, so thank you. I'm not John McGifford. This is John McGifford. I'm Darren Mason, so I'm the CEO of Central Football, and John is our project manager who leads the turf project for us. So we're not going to take too much of your time. So just a quick bit of background around Central Football for starters. We're one of 6 federations across the country tasked with delivering football. Our federation boundaries range from Gisborne to Rāwhiti through to Taranaki, so obviously including Hawke's Bay. We have around 4,000 affiliated members and probably around another 900 who participate through secondary school in Hawke's Bay. As opposed to most outdoor codes, football is growing. We've had incremental growth over the last sort of 4 or 5 years, despite COVID and other obvious local challenges. Our head office is in Napier, so we're at Park Holland in a council-owned building that we lease. In terms of our submission, there's a couple of things we just wanted to highlight, and obviously you guys would have received that and no doubt read it. The plan to have an artificial turf at Park Holland goes back to 2013 when the Park Holland Master Plan was adopted. The plan has undertaken various reviews since then, but there's always been the provision for an artificial turf. In the 2021-2024 LTP, Council kindly contributed or offered to contribute $500,000 towards that turf, and the remainder of the fundraising for that project was our responsibility, essentially, to do that fundraising. So we have, as part of our submission, submitted a fundraising plan that we're very confident that we can raise that difference. Due mainly to the uncertainty around where the actual turf is going to be located at Park Holland, we haven't obviously drawn on that $500,000 to date. As mentioned, we've got the best part of 5,000 football players across the Hawke's Bay region, more than 50% of which are in Napier. We have been specifically asked by our members to get an update to them around the turf so that we can actually feed back to them. Obviously, since I mentioned there, this project goes back sort of 11 years or so. So we're often asked where things are at, and we do our best to sort of provide answers, but obviously our stakeholders are asking questions of us, and we'd like to be able to provide some surety and some timeframes around things. So just to summarise our submission, we have 3 questions or requests. Firstly, given the significant cost increases in recent times, so just to give you an example, the turf fully fenced and floodlit in 2020 was projected to be a $1.8 million project. Our most recent costings would suggest it's about a $2.7 million project now, so it's increased 50% in that time. So what we are respectfully asking for is for the council to contribute, but to the tune of $750,000 as opposed to the original $500,000. Secondly, we would respectfully ask for the council to make a prompt decision around the location of the turf. So again, that's been well discussed in the previous LTP around the actual location. Our preference is continuing to have that on Shrimpton Field because that would make it a project that would happen sooner rather than later. There is a lot of merit in having it as per the master plan, which is on the back of Bluewater Stadium on Bondfield there. So that's the sort of second thing that we'd like a decision around that. And thirdly, just a definitive timeframe around actual delivery of a turf at Park Holland, obviously for our benefit, but then for our stakeholders' benefits as well. So that's us in a nutshell. We're happy to take any questions. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Darren. Councillor McGrath.
Through the chair. If a location is confirmed and we were to come up with the extra dollars, are you guys ready to go? What sort of time plan are we looking at?
Yep, I'll let you answer that.
Okay, well, we'll put a funding timeline into council office for a 2026 build.
So we're good to go?
Yeah, so we're good to go, yeah. We just really need the sign-off for the location so we can start the fundraising, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a chicken and the egg situation, really, because the people that we've spoken to around funding sort of need to know a time frame, obviously a location, but preferably sort of a time frame as to when that money's going to be required. So whilst we've got some good plans in place, I think actually we sort of need to know a time frame to work to so that we can source that funding.
Councillor Price.
If it wasn't for the power lines, where would your preference be to have it?
Again, I guess that it's a difficult to answer because I think that our preference is we want it sooner rather than later. So I know that's a point of conjecture, if you like, around the fact that Shrimpton would be done quicker. I think if it could be done on the back of Bluewater, so on Boddenfield, I think that would be a more suitable location in terms of having a football hub, if you like, and everything together with Bluewater and that, and you've obviously got the hockey right there as well. Our concern is how long that would take to be realised with the various infrastructure that's required around parking and
Yeah,
and
that's a good answer to have though for us, because maybe the power lines could be done quicker.
Yeah, well, that'd be great.
Preference, that's, just work with it. Thank you.
Councillor Bowe.
Thank you for your submission. Thank you for your submission. If we are unable to provide the extra 250,000 for you, what are your contingencies then?
Yeah, we've also put a contingency plan to council officers around that as well too. We just have to work a lot harder at our fundraising, and we believe there's some philanthropic support extended that we can get as well too. So we have a bit of a backup plan, but obviously the first plan would be easier for us if council could help us to the tune of an extra $250,000.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your submission, Darren.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And John, you're remaining with us.
You can stay.
Association. And I see it. Is that Andy in the back there? Are you joining us? What have you done to yourself?
I got my fingers caught in my mouth. Happens all the time.
Before you come in, wasn't
it? Yeah, that's right.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Right, well, I'm just going to say a couple of words, but Mayor-wise councillors and council officers, thank you very much for allowing us to speak with you today. I'm the head of the West Shore Residents and Development Association, and John is really the brains of the organisation. He's our secretary and treasurer, and will be doing most of the talking. I just wanted to say for a very quick moment how much we have appreciated and do appreciate working with the council. It has been a real pleasure. I've only been on the scene for a couple of years, but I've noticed that we have a very trusting and transparent relationship, and we've managed to do quite a few things together. So I just wanted to recognise you for that and say that really we would like to work together in the future as much as possible as well, because I think we can achieve great things. We have a tremendous vision for West Shore. It spans many, many years. It goes both into the tangible and the intangible. What we're talking about today is just the tangible part. But there are many initiatives that we want to put in place to exemplify what true community should be. One of the things, by the way, we've just completed is our major security effort. We've got the whole of West Shore basically under security cameras now, fully integrated, all paid for, implemented by us and monitored by us and integrated with the police. So we are looking to do a lot of good things over the years within our community. And what you'll see today are just a few things. We have developed a plan in conjunction with Sage Planning and also yourselves, the Napier City Council, and that will span many years into the future. But what we've done along with council members is we've just pinpointed a few things that John will take you through that we think are reasonable to ask for, and we also think that they'll make a big difference in our community. So I'll ask John just to take us through that.
Okay, I suppose I just assume this is the tool to do that. Right. Okay, I'll just take you through this very quickly, and Andy's really covered off a lot of things. So this is really just going over the projects that we've been working with council officers over on the next 3 years. Just a very quick reflection. Back in 2021, we did a survey of the West Shore residents, had about 160 respondents, and these are the things that they identified that they wanted to see within the suburb. I presented this at the 2021 LTP hearings, and that opened up the opportunity for us to talk to the council officers around some things that were achievable, which in return eventuated in the West Shore Enhancement Plan. And once again, thank you to Sage Planning and Napier City Council for enabling this. So once again, working through with council officers and also with our community. We went out to a community around the enhancement plan through a circular, and this was followed up by discussions at our annual general meeting too, where we all collaborated, agreed on putting in the submission, which was supported by around 130 signatories from residents throughout West Shore. So there's a real big push going on here. The 6 projects that we have, we're trying to achieve in the next 3 years are listed there. I won't go through them all because they'll come up again as we go through this. But very quickly, to some traffic calming, and we know that there's a problem with speeding traffic throughout the city. West Shore, I think, is probably the only suburb that's got 2 streets that have a 1,000-metre 1 kilometre stretches of straight road that don't have any traffic calming. I must say the Esplanade's got one, but it's pretty insignificant. So I'd really like some help on working with traffic calming. Second thing is closing the laneway exit. This might not be familiar to too many people who aren't from West Shore, but this is a little road that runs parallel with Ferguson Avenue, the Esplanade, and despite it having speed bumps on it, the let's just call them hoons, still seem to think this is a great way to keep off the road and go as fast as they can. I'm sure the speed bumps help get them a bit of traction to get into the air. So we're looking at having that closed off. So it would be closed off halfway, so you can enter from the Esplanade or you can enter from Ferguson Avenue, but there's no thoroughfare. We just believe that would quieten the area down, and particularly for the residents, and would also, obviously prevent the danger of people speeding through that area. The third thing is footpaths. It's been a bugbear of everyone for a long time, the footpaths in West Shore, and I'm not exaggerating to say that this is almost the norm throughout West Shore. They are really awful. They're not helped by lots of traffic parking on them, big trucks. I noticed one the other day delivering some supplies to a house parked up on the footpath. So these footpaths are just getting more and more damaged, and we'd really like to see our suburb looking as beautiful as the rest of the Napier with some enhancements such as this. The next thing we have is a public toilet. This is a public toilet block that is on the Esplanade. It's just an absolute haven for all sorts of awful activities that we won't get into. We actually did a survey at one part over Easter weekend, how many people were using it for what we thought might be proper practices, and that was very, very few. And we're really looking for the removal of this. If there was another one built, it would be great, but getting rid of it first, we think, is first and foremost to get rid of the bad activity that happens around that public toilet block. Next one's a planting program, just sort of enhancing the areas around the foreshore, enhancing where the car parks are, just making everything look a little bit more befitting for an area that's pretty well frequented from both Napier residents and visitors from outside of our city. And we are up to the last one, so that bell going off was very timely. Just general maintenance. It's really reflecting again around what the footpaths look like. There's just so much that is so shabby around West Shore, and it wouldn't take too much for some things to be fixed. Concrete blocks taken away, holes filled up that are all over the place. Lichen that's all over both the streets and the road. Just a general maintenance. This last slide was actually what was presented to our annual general meeting. It's just, what we want to do next. And, today here we're obviously presenting the submission. We hope to get a positive feedback. If we don't get a positive feedback, we're not going to give up on the work. We're going to be coming back to you for your annual plan, or in 3 years' time we'll be back again. But what we'd really like to do, and Andy alluded to this, was commence work on a 9-year project plan for our suburb. And I'm going to read this verbatim now, which will spread over the next 3 years, 3-year cycles of council's LTP, similar to what Aohuriri achieved with their Aohuriri master plan. So, thank you for considering our submission, and we look forward to hopefully working with you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, John and Andy. And I do want to congratulate you on the work you've done to date with your enhancement plan. I know you've got a very active team within your association, so thank you for all the work that you do and for the whole community. I know you all band together. So I will just open up to councillors for any questions. I think your submission is very comprehensive and covers off quite clearly what it is that you're aiming for. We've also got some council officers' comments. They've been working with you for the last little while, so when we have our deliberations on Wednesday, we'll be working our way through what those comments are with regards to your priorities over the next 3 years, and and then we'll be getting back to you on after our deliberations. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again.
And I'd like to invite Sue McDonald to present to us, please, for Ahuriri Estuary Protection Society. Page 115 or 17, depending which numbering you're looking at.
It's 2 different numbers.
Submission 6.
Welcome. Good to see you both.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Sue McDonald, representing the Ahuriri Estuary Protection Society today. Our chairman is overseas, and this is Sarah Attlee, one of our committee members. I believe this is one of her first times at one of these meetings, and I think I've probably attended more of them than you guys here over the last 40 years. But anyway, we understand it's a challenging time for everyone, and the rate increases for this 3-year plan are huge for a lot of your citizens. The regional council rates are going to be huge for a lot of your citizens, but we would like to strongly urge this council to continue the work of your environmental solutions team to come up with better outcomes for our estuary. The stormwater runoff going into the estuary is contaminated, quite often with sewage. You have signs up at the estuary at the moment saying, no swimming, we don't recommend you to swim and your dogs. And that's an indictment on us as a community that we keep poisoning our wonderful estuary. The regional park funding is going to be delayed by 3 years. We understand why you have done this, but we strongly urge you to keep up the work in the meantime about finding better solutions for our stormwater runoff in the city. Our city is only going to get bigger. 70% of our stormwater goes out into the estuary, and we hear that you're treating it, but you're not clear about what you mean by clearing. Our understanding is that all the creeks that lead to the estuary, the only treatment that we can see is happening is that you're screening out some of the bigger rubbish. We have to stop those things you can't see, the microplastics. We believe your environmental solutions team has found illegal pipes that run into the drains. We need to do more work in the meantime, because a delay in setting up the regional park of 3 years, a lot can happen in 3 years' time. So we strongly urge you, though you've deferred that funding, we would like to see more work being done, and that in that 3-year time frame, that funding comes back. The Society supports the regional park concept as long as you understand that it should be a final solution to polish the water. It shouldn't be your first solution. So we strongly urge you to keep on doing that work, because our estuary is worth it. You talk about resilience. If we continue to destroy the estuary and the surrounds of the estuary with inappropriate development, with waste going into the estuary, our estuary won't be able to cope to be part of that resilience system that we are putting in. So thank you for letting us talk today. I hope I'm not coming back in another 30 years saying the same old thing, because the estuary needs a council to think that the estuary comes first, not last down the list. So once again, we thank you. You'll all be glad that I'm not going to waffle on for hours, because I'm sure you're waiting for your dinner break or a toilet break. So thank you for allowing us to come today, and we will keep coming, and we will keep coming till we get better solutions for our estuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you to both of you. If you just wait a moment.
Sorry.
Questions for councillors.
Now, I have to be honest and say I struggle with hearing in a big room like this.
Okay.
I would like to see the council at some stage, when you get your new building, that not just having sign language, which I can't do, but having captions, that would help people like myself understand what you're saying, especially when we're behind here. I can't hear people who are facing in this direction. So if I answer the wrong question or I don't see you, please excuse me. Anyway.
No problems. Okay, so with the Councillor Bogue.
Hi, Sue. Can you hear me? Okay. I just have a question about, does the Society have any feedback on our ban on bikes and dogs? And is there anything more we could do, or is it progressing well?
Well, it's debatable. Some days you can go down to the estuary and we don't have a problem with dogs and bicycles. Is that what you're saying about? But sometimes we do. There are a certain section of the community, unfortunately, don't care about your signs that say no dogs, don't care about the signs that say there's no cycling. And I think there's got to be more education, and that's basically what the Society are trying to do. We're down there trying to educate people why they shouldn't be taking their dogs round, why it is a walkway, not a cycleway. But those little issues, those are annoying for us as a society. That's not the big issue. The big issue is that we must get contaminants out of the water and have better water quality in the estuary. And we as people can't keep pumping stuff in there because it's convenient. So let your sewage contaminated water run down the streets of Taradale. Don't pump it into the estuary, please.
I don't think we'll let it run down the streets of Taradale either, but we hear you, Sue, loud and clear. Deputy Mayor Brosnan, will you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Sue.
Hi.
Just wanted to say a quick comment and say thank you very much for your submission, for the Society's submission. As you know, the Ahuriri Regional Park is a project I'm particularly passionate about. And just to give you some certainty, the moving of the capital funding and the retention of all of the OPEX funding, the intention around that move was to align it with our master planning process. So it wasn't a signal from council of a lack of support. So I just wanted to give that sort of...
Look, we do understand the reasonings for it. And for my own personal view, this will give you 3 more years to get even better information. There might be other solutions that come up in the meantime before you're committed to building a regional park that may not do the job we envision. It may do. So without delaying it too much, because as I said, I don't want to be I won't make 30 more years. 30 more years and saying, this is, and especially with the pressure with housing and stormwater that comes with that and everything like that. And as a society, even though we are really want you to get rid of some of these contaminants from the estuary, we don't want you pumping it out into the sea either. Because that's not good either.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think it's probably fair to say we were always being very ambitious with our initial placeholding of the money. So, yeah.
Well, I'll be back to the draft district plan. When's that?
Later in the year.
And then there'll be the 10-year plan, and then the annual plan.
Plenty of opportunities for you to come and speak to us again soon. Thank you
for
very
listening
much to
anyway.
both of you for taking the time today. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask a question about an issue raised by Sue about captions? Do captions go on our Facebook, our live stream at some stage? Obviously, they won't be on there straight away, but do they go on?
Automated. They do go on the live. Yes, they do go on the live stream
straight away.
Yeah, automatically generated. Yeah.
So
I don't think they're always 100% accurate.
Especially with AI is not quite.
In pronunciation.
So that has brought us to the conclusion of our next block of submitters. We've got a break scheduled through till 5:30 and session 5 commencing at 5:45. However, if we do have submitters here at 5:30, I will start us off earlier, and I will actually just check with this gentleman. Excuse me, sir, are you in the next block of submitters? Would you like to go now? Go early, because we're you don't have to, but if you would like
I'm
to.
sure the last thing you wanted to do is hear some dumbass speak, but hey.
And sorry, what was your name, sir?
Michael Hayes.
Michael Hayes, welcome.
Thank you. I guess, sorry.
We'll just find it.
Do you want me, I can give you the page numbers, because my wife is a lot more done than I am.
142.
Page number 142, that is correct.
Here we go.
Don't worry, I won't be long, I promise.
Oh, no.
I haven't done this before, so I'm just kind of going to go off the cuff here. I guess my concerns are, is I have an 11-and-a-half-year-old daughter in Taradale, and I don't see a future for her here, and that's what's bothering me the most. I'm in a good position in life. I can afford my house. I can afford my daughter. My daughter does everything under the sun that costs so much money. And I'm okay with that because I stopped at that, and I'm a responsible parent. I do sometimes say no to my daughter. It doesn't happen very often. I guess my main concern is the way the council has gone about making decisions over the last couple of councils. And I've tried to make my voice known, but never in a public spot like this. And when the council was elected 2 years ago, which I know some, or no, sorry, 2 cycles ago, I know some of you weren't there. But one thing that was really bothersome was the council housing. One day I might need council housing. We're all one paycheck away from needing council housing or council support. And I suppose these poor people that have been living there and told repeatedly that, no, we're not going to do anything, and then to be told that it was going to submissions. And then it was agreed that, okay, we won't do it. But here we are again, doing the same thing, putting these people on edge that have no facilities, have no means, and need to be helped. And that could be me one day. It bothers me. Money not being spent on infrastructure is huge. And I can only speak from personal experience. For 7.5 months now, there has been a leak outside my house in Taradale. Actually, that's a lie. There's been 7 leaks over 7 months outside my house. You call the council, not our problem. Okay. Who do we talk to? Oh no, that's up to a plumber and the building owners or the housing owners. Okay. But it's at the sidewalk. Do they own the sidewalk? Well, no. Okay, well that's where the leak is. So maybe you need to come and have a look. And this goes on for ages. The last one was 7 weeks after they tore up part of a driveway, came out and said, no, not a problem, it's the building owners. Okay, well, nobody's told us that that's the case, and we're the ones that have informed the council of this massive leak. Now, they've torn this up, but they've only torn up a portion of this. There's a moving truck coming in the next day. So I phone the water people, which is council, and I say, so when that driveway gives way, and you've told nobody, because we know the building owners don't know, because 2 of them are dead and 1 of them is uncontactable, who's going to be responsible for that? Not our problem. Well, hang on a second. Under the Health and Safety Act, it is your problem because you guys know of the issue. It was literally eating the ground away from the flood. It apparently is being fixed now with still tons of water in my gutter, and nobody wants to take responsibility for it. Not right. The money isn't being spent where it needs to be spent. My daughter has 2 libraries right now that she can go to. There's the Napier Library at the MTG, and there's also the library in Taradale. Both are fine. You know how often my daughter goes to a library now? Once a year on a school trip. Why? Because she has Google. We don't need a showpiece library here. What we need is infrastructure. We had massive floods, which we didn't go to consultation on. Our last large rates increase because it was an emergency procedure. And I get that. Hey, these things happen. Now, all of a sudden, we're getting another large increase. That last large increase hasn't fixed the problem from the first flood. And now you're telling me that not only are you going to go with your 12.5% from that, which you had no choice or no say on, now we're going to give you an even higher rates increase and tell you this time we're actually going to do something. But that's what I was told last time. I don't trust you. You guys don't follow through. The people that get looked after are the wealthy elites. There's a retaining wall being built for a minority of houses, mostly picked up by the council because of sea erosion. Why am I paying the rest? I have a retaining wall that needs replacement. Come on by my house. You can replace mine too under that same bill. What does that mean?
Another 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry, I'll hurry up and get this out of the way. Sorry, I just didn't know.
Another couple of minutes so that we...
No, that's fine. No, I'll get this out of the way. So I don't trust you guys. And I'm just going to be honest about that. When I moved to Taradale, and Taradale is a beautiful community. My neighbors are awesome. I love them. I mean, when we moved to Taradale 10 years ago, the day I showed up, we had 10 different neighbors bringing snacks over going, oh, you're that nice Canadian couple. Well, I know nobody here, so how do you know? And my wife's actually a Kiwi, so but That's the community I live in, and we like to back each other up. During the cyclone, we saw nobody from you guys at all. I didn't have the internet. I didn't have cell service. I didn't know you were making your post. We don't know. There's nobody ever there to help represent us. I didn't move to Taradale for my daughter's children to pay for a building that is not needed. Yeah, I understand a lot of money's been spent to get it to this point, but I recall the year you became mayor-wise, there was also a pool that had spent $2 million getting to the point of to be pushed under the rug. Smart decisions have to be made. I can't put a second story on my house because right now it would be financially irresponsible to do that to my family, to me, and to my daughter and the future generation of my family that I hope to will it off to one day. Do the smart thing. Listen to the council or listen to your community. Unfortunately, I've seen too many times from this council and the previous council and the previous council where we don't get listened to, the decisions are made, and that's how I honestly feel, that what is here is going to go through regardless as to what we say, because it's not a democracy. It's a we said we're going to do it. And if you really want to help the community, do what the community wants and do what the community needs. Water, infrastructure, secured housing. We don't, and that's the other thing. Don't tell me that I can't talk about a building being built 3 stories behind me. How's that fair? I can't consult on that? It doesn't seem right. And so I just think that you need to do more what the community wants and sort of take your own mind out of it. And yeah, sometimes we lose money, but it's the financially responsible thing to do, to take a small loss in order to see the greater good. And I guess that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Before you jump up, I will just invite councillors if they have any questions. Councillor McGrath.
Thanks for your submission. I think very well put.
Thank you.
I just want to go back to, there's still some water leaking somewhere.
Yep.
Can we have an address for that and we'll follow it through, surely? I know, but
How many times do I have to give it?
Yeah, but you're here, you're sitting around the table.
17 ABC, Narimu Crescent, NGARIMU, Taradale, Napier.
We'll do it all. Okay. Any further questions from councillors?
Thank you for your time.
So much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael.
Enjoy your dinner breakfast.
Thank you.
Enjoy your walk.
Okay, team, so we do have a half an hour break, and as I said, if we could be back here by 5:30, and if there are submitters here, I will be starting us at 5:30 as opposed to waiting till 5:45. So. Reminder that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed via Council's Facebook page. Our speakers that we have in this next session will have 10 minutes. The first 5 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for questions from elected members. There will be a bell at 4 minutes, a soft bell, and then a hard bell at 5 for the submitters to know, and then there will be a soft bell at 9 and a hard bell at 10. So we will get underway, and first up we have Fred Conders. Welcome, Fred.
Just come here, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that one didn't do.
Actually, I thought I had 10 minutes to present, Kirsten, but I'll have to see how I go.
That's fine, and we will give you a little bit of flexibility, so yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for providing an opportunity to speak to my submission. And while I speak to the key points in my submission, there are several supporters behind me who I think share my views. Look, I do laud and support your goal of attempting to reach a financial break-even position with regard to Ocean Spa, but in my view, your strategy to achieve that goal through somehow reimagining the facility that has in essence been the same facility since it was built to some high-end elite and or tourist facility and then charging a commensurate out of this world price, I don't think is going to work. And despite what your officers may have advised about the early impacts of the January 19 price increases, right now, Ocean Spa to me seems to be quite quiet. Participation seems to be down. Long-standing members are not renewing their membership, and I suspect that cafe revenue and single entry revenue must be down. It is quite quiet. So why is this? Well, to begin with, the facility, you're grouping the facility in council tourist facilities in the long-term plan, to me seems to be a false start. Do you know what proportion of your members at Ocean Spa are actually tourists? I've been told it's hard to measure. But of course you can measure it. And from my observation and assessment, by far the majority of people that use Ocean Spa are your locals, are your ratepayers, and they can't afford to pay the sort of prices that you are now charging and are proposing to charge in the future. For me, the price-reward trade-off is far too high. And even if you wish tourists to target tourists, do you really think they're going to pay $20 for a dip? Or a soak in the pool? I don't think so. They can't access the full services as you're trying to promote them. And I think tourists are mainly summer and therefore seasonal, and therefore the place will be empty for large parts of the year. Cruise ship tourists have many other options they can use rather than going to Ocean Spa. The facilities on boats are much better. In my view, it's the locals that will keep the facility going, and therefore maximising their membership and attendance should be part of your long-term plan. And I'll elaborate on that in a minute. Don't ignore the tourists, but to rely on them, I think, is folly. Before I can get to how you can maximise the impact on rates, I remind you that the basic economic fact that if you raise prices, it will dampen demand. And Ocean Spa does have serious competition in Hawke's Bay. I also suggest that the price points that you're promoting are wrong. You are benchmarking with the wrong organisations and organisations that are not similar to Ocean Spa in service or in design, and your benchmarking data is taken from the wrong part of the country. Ocean Spa doesn't have that wow factor. It's not a premium or unique product. But I do have suggestions as to how you can come close to financial break-even, and the alternative strategy is a combination of maximising participation and controlling, if not reducing, cost. Firstly, maximising volume. I've seen in officers' papers that the maximum membership should top out at about 1,200 members, and you may be getting close, I'm not sure, but I don't see that. As a regular user, occupancy levels can grow considerably before customers would get irritated that it's overfull. How could you maximise volume? Well, there are several strategies in my view. The class floor space upstairs needs to be maximised. with new additional customer-friendly offerings, maximum usage from opening time to closing time. Partnerships with the likes of tourism organisations like bike hire companies, get a discount if you hire a bike. Segmenting the market, special deals for pensioners, for schools, kohanga reo, that sort of thing. Offering swim-only, class-only, and gym-only options, as I've talked about before, are also options. But all of this requires entrepreneurial leadership. A leader with proven successful experience in a customer-focused commercial environment, someone who has had to innovate to succeed. A person needs to have skin in the game, and a substantial portion of their employment package needs to be at risk with options for bonuses if they exceed targets. And regular customer feedback loops and focus groups. An organisation can't be entrepreneurial if they're not genuinely listening to their customers. You need to get your heads into the customers and find out what they really need to continually tailor your products and services. I won't go through all my cost suggestions because they're in my submission, so we'll just stop there. And I'll just conclude by saying that the solutions that I offered tonight, I believe, are a more realistic solution to get you closer to financial break-even. I acknowledge that it may be a difficult decision for you as governors of this wonderful city of ours to change your minds and to say that we got it wrong, but sometimes as councillors, that's what you have to do, in my view. I don't believe placing Ocean Spa into a council-controlled trading organisation is the way to go. What is likely to happen is that you'll just add directors' fees onto an already bloated general overhead budget, and there'll be no change in direction. Potentially, I conclude by saying locating a suitable commercial operator with the right sort of win-win contract between yourselves and that operator could be the way to go if you don't think you can achieve a customer-focused, efficient operation internally, as I'm sure they would operate the facility by minimising cost and maximising revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge all the time and effort that you have put into your submission. It's very comprehensive, and I know the councillors have all read it and taken on board the suggestions that you've put in there.
Yeah. Thank you, Kirsten.
We'll just open up for any questions from councillors. I think your submission covers off probably everything that we would have been likely to ask for.
Okay.
So obviously we will be doing our deliberations on Wednesday.
Oh, yes.
And certainly teasing out some of those suggestions and recommendations that you've made in your submission. So thank you.
And when do you like to announce the outcomes of your deliberations into the long-term plan?
We don't formally adopt the long-term plan until the end of June.
Right.
However, there is likely to be some information around what that draft 3-year plan is looking like prior to that meeting.
Prior to that, some indication?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Kirsten.
And deliberations are public, and it will be live streamed. If anyone's interested on Wednesday, you can jump online and you will be able to see us doing deliberations as well. And so at the end of those deliberations, we will have formed a number of resolutions.
Oh, yeah.
So if we were to, for example, decide to want to look at some changes to the fees and charges for Ocean Spa, we have to resolve to do that at the meeting on Wednesday.
What time is that?
It starts at 9 and it goes until we finish.
Oh, okay. So if you've got nothing better to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
But that will actually give a very good indication of where
the general direction,
because we do have to provide that direction to staff at the end of the deliberations so that they can proceed and actually make the changes to the 3-year plan.
Okay, thanks, Kirsten.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, everyone.
You so much.
Okay, thank you.
I'd now like to invite Dennis Hall to come and present to us, please. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time and allowing me to present my submission. I believe my submission is in the submission papers, page 133. So I'll just read a summary of my submission to you. I believe that the proposed increase in Napier City Council rates for some properties in this region is obscene. It is inequitable and is ill-considered during hard times for all of your ratepayers. I live in the Eskills subdivision, and just for information, we live in a 100 kilometre per hour zoned suburb. No street marking, no street lighting, no footpaths, no sewage system, no water supply, although that is supplied by the Hastings District Council and is metered to us. We have no mail delivery, we have no courier delivery, we have no council road sweepers, we have no council parks and recreation mowers mowing our reserves, and we have no public transport links. In our subdivision, we also collect our own rainwater and stormwater that goes to either tanks that are situated on our properties, or they go into a retention and detention dam system that we have in the subdivision. I believe it's already been acknowledged by Napier City Council that there are some 468 properties that may have been inadvertently nominated as receiving a stormwater charge, and there'd certainly be no contribution from our subdivision to the stormwater system, as far as I'm aware. You propose to increase the rates on our property, so I'm coming into an individual basis here, from the current level of $4,088 per annum to $7,767 per annum, which is an increase of $3,680 or 90% in 1 year. The rates on our property in 21-22 were $2,225. So if you just look at the last 3 years, including this proposed increase, our rates have increased by $4,942 a year, or 175%. You are also, as I understand the document, proposing an increase of 10.5% in year 2 and 8% in year 3. That would mean our rates in 25-26 will be $8,544, and in 26-27, $9,227. This is a proposed increase of $5,140 from the current 23-24 level of 4088, or 126% in 3 years. You've got to be joking. This ill-considered cost increase is unaffordable and viewed as obscene to most residents in our subdivision, as they are or are near to retirement with limited disposable incomes, and what is being proposed will only drive hard-working people out of their homes. This is a form of wealth discrimination. If they have a nice home in a nice suburb, they can afford it. That is a direct statement made to me by a Napier City Council staff member. Did nobody do a reasonableness test, a sniff test, a gut feel test to consider how ratepayers may respond? Obviously not. The original discussions on increases were a movement of some 20 to 25% for ratepayers. Although this would be significant, I think all ratepayers understood the enormity of damage to infrastructure caused by the cyclone and would reluctantly accept a one-off adjustment. I understand that Napier City Council does not set land value or capital value. That is the domain of QV. NCC simply uses those values to set the rates. I also understand that rates are to be considered by Napier City Council by following the provisions of the Local Government Rating Act 2002. The proposed rates increase could have been capped. My interpretation of the Act says in various sections that Napier City Council is provided with flexible powers to set assess and collect rates. It further states that a general rate can be set at different rates, and there are provisions within the schedules of the Act to talk about the category of land that could be rated differently from other rateable land. In my submission, I did discuss how Napier City Council could fund a cap of, say, 25% in all rates for all of its ratepayers, whether it be through the general rate or the UAGC. However, if residents of East Kills had a rate cap of 25% increase in the proposed rates, there would be an approximate shortfall of $133,000 for Napier City Council to either fund from other sources or to absorb. There are 26,161 rateable households in Napier. This would mean, if that was to be absorbed by all ratepayers, an increase of $5.08 per annum for all Napier households to recover the 25% cap on East Kills. My preference is to absorb. It could easily be satisfied from a very small reduction in the proposed increase in personnel costs. What is disturbing is that 11.57% of the 23.7% average rate increase is going into salaries and wages. This is being proposed in an environment when central government are cutting jobs and demanding reductions in expenditure of 6.5% from the public sector. Why aren't the same directives being put in place by local authorities? Why do local authorities believe they are immune from reducing costs and limit their spending excesses? Do they believe that their ratepayers can afford to pay whatever the local authority wants, not needs, to spend on their behalf? The answer is no. Ratepayers do not have bottomless pockets. Ratepayers are hard-working people who have so much disposable income to spend with local authorities, the local retail sector, local businesses, the basic needs of housing, food and electricity. They are not geese that lays golden eggs for a council that is out of control and out of touch with its funders. Funders, such as shareholders in a company, would not tolerate this, and most certainly banks would not tolerate this. So why should we? To be told by Napier City Council staff that you live in a nice area, in a nice home, so you can afford it, or if you can't afford it, you can sell, and others from, say, Auckland will buy it, or have you looked at reverse mortgages, is both offensive and arrogant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and again, a very comprehensive submission, so thank you for that. Councillor Price.
Dennis, in the figures you gave us, is the stormwater in those as well?
Yes, the stormwater is included in that.
And how much are your stormwater rates?
Our stormwater portion of that was close to $800, I believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Brosnan.
Thank you very much for the submission. You ran through those numbers around percentage increase in rates, and we've heard from a number of residents in sort of your general area around increases in property values. You touched sort of briefly on the relationship with QV. Do you know off the top of your head what your property value increases over that same?
Yes, the property value increased by close to $600,000. I did challenge that with QV, so I did lodge an objection. They came out and said it's most likely to remain unchanged, but thank you for my objection.
Sorry, just to follow up, so that 600,000, would that be roughly similar to the rate increase, sort of around 100% odd?
No.
No.
No, it's well short of that. The $600,000 would be around about a 20% increase in total capital value.
Thank you.
capital, sorry, just to, clarify that. So it's land value that we base our rates on, so,
Okay, well, land value has moved by approximately, I think it's about $500,000, which is around about a 50% increase.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Dennis, we've heard a number of submitters say they've challenged QV. Have you challenged that it wasn't enough or too much?
No, I said I believed it was the ratio of land to capital value was incorrect. I believe that the land had too much value placed on it because, as you say, Napier City Council uses land value as the basis of its rating. I believe that was rated too high, but however, the total capital value was probably appropriate, given that the cost to rebuild a home like ours is about $4,500 a square metre. So I believe they just got the ratio wrong.
So the land value against the improvement value ratio was incorrect?
I believed it was.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you so much for taking the time to come and talk to us, Dennis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would invite our next submitter, David Chambers. Right, so with David not being here, Dawn Bedingfield. Welcome, Dawn.
Okay, well, I haven't got much more to say than what I said 2 years ago, so it seems a little bit like deja vu. I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. I didn't think these tenants would be put through all this stress and worry again in such a short time frame. I've done a very brief submission because I did it at the last minute and just got it in on the deadline. So these homes, they have been ring-fenced originally. If they had been ring-fenced originally, would no doubt be making a profit, which they would have historically done. However, up to 2019, ring-fencing did not happen, and therefore rents and profits apparently have helped to fund other projects rather than strictly maintenance work on the properties. And so now we're really getting that, these places are costing money. And so round we go again with it, where the pensioner housing looks to be the, it's the victim again, and it's like people can blame, we can't afford these houses, and especially with the rates increase, that I feel this has been brought up again, so as it looks like people takes the heat off other things that are costing a lot of money, e.g. the library, etc. And so if the housing can come up about it, costing the ratepayers, that's them blamed again. They've already had an increase, which a lot of them are struggling with, and I'm getting calls all the time and takes up a lot of my time, and just trying to reassure them that there's nothing we can do at the moment, and that's what it is. But to see any further increases and to have this threatening over their heads, their roof threatened, is a big thing. So we don't want to see them sold, or any of them, social housing or council, to fund perhaps a library or to perhaps reduce the rates a bit, and we don't want to see rates go up either at the amount that they are saying, because there's a lot of people that, I don't just deal with rental properties, there's people in private homes with big mortgages, and to have those rates go up is huge. We're not seeing interest rates come down, we're seeing the properties go up, there's people losing their jobs, and I just think that rather than blame the housing, the library and that needs putting on hold. It might have come up 3 years ago, and so it was in the plan, but we've had a flood since then, and so why why is this even coming up? And then the pensioner housing and the social housing gets blamed for things again. Now, about the social housing, I have put there that I wanted that kept as well, because there are many vulnerable people in those homes. There are people that have got spina bifida, there's people with all sorts of problems. They're struggling with those new rents, but the only thing is that those houses are a safe environment for them. You might get some, maybe sell them off to a community organisation. We can't guarantee that same level of care and, just how they're running them, because at the moment, I believe the houses are being run a lot better than what they were. I'm hearing better things from Wellesley Road and tenants there. And so this offers protection to those vulnerable people when it's council owned. They can do something about it. They can contact their housing officers and that. So I think that they do need keeping, and I also see it that it could be a step that once that gets sold off, then the next step is the pensioner housing. And so we totally oppose any selling off. And what I didn't understand was that a question was, if we shift to a focus on retirement housing, how can council deliver this in an effective way? But why hasn't it said, how can we deliver all housing in an effective way? Because it's like it's a done deal that the social housing is going. It's like the decision has been made. And why I don't think that they have been managed very well in the past, and probably someone else coming in and managing them could have done a better job. But if you are employing the right people, surely they can manage them without extra costs. So then that can be blamed the next time that's added onto the cost of these places. So that's about it. I just think that it's quite inhumane to put these people through this all the time. I mean, you've got people in those homes that are in their 90s and that, and they don't. The letters have been clearer lately than what they were 2 years ago, and they've done a lot more work on it, and it's helped us ease off a bit. But there's still very old people who ring me who can't sleep at night. And I mean, it just breaks my heart to think that people in their 90s and that are having to go through this once again. So really, I think it was horrible for it to come up again so soon after what they've been through last time. So any questions?
Thank you very much, Dawn. And I think I could speak on behalf of all the councillors that we did not expect to be here just 2 short years after we last consulted on this. And it really was just based on the unsustainability going forward that we've put this question now to our community. And I think the key underlying principle of anything that we do is that none of our current tenants will be without a home. And that is the number one priority for us as a council, and that is the assurance that we have provided to our tenants as we've worked through this consultation
I see
process.
that. It doesn't sort of give them great peace of mind, because it's still, it's the unknown and what is going to happen further down the track and who is going to take over them if you do sell. So I just think that councils, it's good for councils to have that social thing, that they have got homes that they provide. I think that all councils should, take care of the most vulnerable in their community, because they're the ones right there, not central government.
I'll just open up to any questions from councillors. No? Thank you so much for your submission, Dawn.
Thank you.
And for taking the time to come and talk to us. Thanks. And now I would invite Mark Cleary from the Napier Pilot City Trust to present to us, please. Welcome, Mark.
Hei tika kia mihi a hau ki na toho o nehu o Ngāti Kahungunu me ngā hapu o te whanganui a Oroto. Ko Mark Cleary taku ingoa. So I want to acknowledge mana whenua of this area, and you as the Napier City Council, and the Napier Pilot City Trust for the opportunity to present to you today. I want to acknowledge mana whenua of this area, and you as the Napier City Council, and the Napier Pilot City Trust for the opportunity to present to you today. I want to acknowledge mana whenua of this area, and you as the Napier City Council, and On behalf of the Trust, thank you very much for your ongoing and continued support of the Trust. We had an excellent Unity Day this year, which was really well supported by the Council, and thank you, Mayor, too, for presenting our certificates for the Unity Awards. And thank you for the work that you do as well. It's a long day, long days for you. So we're focusing pretty much around homelessness in our city. As we know, it's on the rise. And we're asking that you take a proactive role in helping this vulnerable group find shelter, food and support. You might know that Napier has a proud history of leading social innovation and developing targeted programs, and this led to it being designated by the government a pilot city in 1986. I believe there's a real willingness to find solutions. What's lacking is coordination, and that's what we're asking from you. Napier Assist report that homelessness interactions have increased from 130 a little over a year ago to about 422 during the same most recent period. They estimated in March that there were 71 cars on the beach that were being used as homes, and there were 40 people rough sleeping in and around the CBD, giving a total of 111 people. It's pretty clear that that number has actually gone up since then. In your 3-year plan, you note that, talking about the Te Aroha Library precinct, developing this whole precinct will help reduce antisocial behaviour in this area, and later talking about the Emerson Street development, the presence of the homeless population often affects people's feelings of safety, so it's a clear issue. The homeless situation detracts from the vibrancy and the safety of the city, and a collaborative effort is needed to make things better for the homeless and for other residents of Napier. We're suggesting that solutions be found for this growing social concern. And in keeping with your community outcomes of nurturing authentic relations and spaces and places for all. With reference to the Homelessness in Napier report commissioned by the Council in May 22, there were a range of recommendations made. The need to conduct research with whānau pounamu and their whānau to identify their needs and perspectives to inform policy and implement at the local level. To which the response from the City Council officers was, any further development of solutions to address homelessness will include engagement with the whānau pounamu to ensure their preference for participation is supported. We'd be interested to see if this has been enacted. We've been engaging with the whānau pounamu, and we've spoken with a small number of people who are in this situation and asked them what's needed in Napier to improve their plight. Their suggestions were fairly basic. They needed access to free showers, laundry, food, shelter, blankets and warm clothing, and help with getting housing and benefits. They also wanted the removal of key agitators who were smoking and peddling sinnies and influencing others. So what are the solutions? We're, as a trust, we're keen to participate in scoping of the needs of our homeless, both in the short and the long term. Short term, it's clear. Our homeless whānau need immediate access to showers, a secure place to leave their worldly possessions, laundry facilities, safe places to rough sleep, and support to access available social services. You meet these guys and women, and they're having to carry everything they own with them all day. And they're often unable to leave it to get a shower or to wash their clothes. We've had several informal meetings with stakeholders such as the Whatever It Takes Trust, WIT, staff and volunteers at the Outreach Centre in Clive Square, Te Kupenga Hauora and Kāinga Ora, but there appears to be no immediate solutions available. And I believe it's essential that we address their plight with urgency. I make a comment when I wrote the submission, we can't leave them out in the open for winter. I think we've had winter. So in the long term, until there is sufficient affordable housing, when no one needs to be homeless, a dedicated, accessible outreach centre is needed. It needs to provide food, showers, laundry facilitators, navigators, and wet accommodation for the most vulnerable of this minority. If we are, in the words of Minnie Rautama and Pat McGill, to be a kind and fair city, we can't ignore this most vulnerable group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your submission, and congratulations on your Unity Day. It was a spectacular day and great to be a part of it. I just invite any questions from councillors. Councillor Mawson.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mark, for your excellent submission. Just a quick question on Not Up With the Lingo, removal of key agitators, smoking centres. Can you just elaborate on?
Yeah, basically there are 2 or 3 key individuals who basically deal in synthetic cannabis,
right.
And they're preying on the vulnerable, homelessness, hooking them into debt and also addiction. So, yeah.
Brown.
Kia ora, through the Mayor. I love the direction that you're heading in here. I'm keen to understand, what does success look like? Like, if you could have everything you wanted from council, and then maybe what you wanted, but maybe not everything, what would council's involvement look like from the trust perspective?
I think, I'm not actually totally certain. You know, I understand you guys are having issues with cash, as everyone claims to be. But I think as a civilised society, we need to have a place where people can wash and clean themselves, where they can leave their gear so they can walk around the city with some dignity instead of carrying all their gear with them. So long term, there should be enough housing in Napier, affordable housing in Napier. You know, we're not talking about multi-million-dollar houses here. We're looking at some fairly basic accommodation. And to be honest, we have a really tiny minority who would need wet accommodation. There are people addicted to alcohol who are unable to shackle that, and they need somewhere safe to sleep.
Supplementary. So I think you're describing like an outreach. What role do you see council playing in the creation of that outreach?
I think there's some fairly simple things, like there was an approach today from a woman hoping to set up a soup kitchen sort of environment, hoping to be able to park the vehicle in, say, Clive Square in an evening. I think that would probably need council permission for it to be parked there. That's at the most basic level. I think consenting, if a coalition of people were able to get a facility that would provide storage, safety, laundry, showering for whānau pounamu, that would need consenting and support from the council as well.
Okay. Councillor Price.
You touched on a little bit, Mark. Where would you think an ideal location would be for an outreach centre? Sort of in the city or a little bit out of the city?
Yeah, it's hard to know, Keith. Obviously, at the moment, the centre of the city is attractive, and there are a whole lot of reasons for that, mainly because the beachfront seems to be the best place for people rough sleeping. So the centre of the city is the ideal place for it. I think if we were able to provide accommodation and a place to centre, we wouldn't have to be in the centre of the city. But at the moment, that is the ideal location for it. And we need to be able to support the local business owners as well. And at the moment, with a half-cocked system, it's pretty rough down there sometimes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Bogue.
Thanks a lot for that submission, Mark. I don't know whether you're aware or not, but we do have Orange Sky laundry facilities coming in August, and they had a presentation in the farmers market on Saturday, and they're looking for volunteers, and they said they got 35, which was great. The council has progressed in this whole situation, and the council is working with WIT, the churches, with Katie Niman, Kainga Ora, Whatu Ora, and perhaps yourselves might like to be involved in that too. So, yeah, I think there has been real movement in terms of the council's involvement as the numbers have increased, and there's been more acceptance of the fact that the homeless are not going to go anywhere, but that we need to provide a safe environment and food and, clothes and laundry, those things, so that they're treated with some respect, because they are, as you say, the most vulnerable members of our community. So we are moving in that direction.
That's lovely to hear. It's interesting as a former history teacher, if you look back to ancient Rome and baths, free public baths were part of the city. Any civilised city had baths for the really accessible. And the Orange Sky, I'd commend you all to take a look at the Orange Sky. It's a charitable organisation that's been funded by local philanthropic people, including Eastern and Central, and that's hitting the streets, but has the capacity, I think, of doing 80 loads of laundry a week. So it's just, we've got 111 plus people, and that's sharing with Napier and Hastings, so scratching the surface.
Any further questions for Mark? No? Thank you so much for coming in and taking the time to speak to us and for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will just double check that David Chambers isn't with us before I call the meeting to an adjournment for the night. So thank you everybody for your participation today. We will be reconvening tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in this the small exhibition hall. So you're welcome to leave your papers and things here if you would like to.